Welcome to this quarterfinal match in the #AFU Republic Secondary Schools debate competition. My name is Jermaine Barrett and I have the privilege of serving as the chair adjudicator for this match. I'm going to now invite my colleague adjudicators to introduce themselves.
Hi, good morning everyone. My name is Kenisha Nelson and I will be one of your wing judges today.
Hi, good morning. My name is Curtis Wallace and I'm a wing adjudicator.
All right, and so with that, let us get to know what exactly the debate will be about. Let's hear the motion.
The motion for this match is this House would use public voting to determine the distribution of the government's capital expenditure.
Interesting, fascinating motion. Of course, thanks for joining us, those of you who are watching on social media, and be sure to send a message out, make a call, and invite your friends to come on and to witness this epic clash. We have two all-girls schools who will be contesting the motion. We have from Mount Alvernia High School in proposition, and of course, representing the opposition side, we have the Queen's School. Ladies and gentlemen, the debaters are very familiar with the rules, but you may be coming on for the first time. So this is what you're going to witness. You're going to hear speeches. When it's the first speaker from either team, you will hear them speak for approximately 8 minutes. If it's the second speaker, you will hear the presentation for 7 minutes. And if it's a third speaker from either of the two teams, you will hear their presentation lasting for 5 minutes. You will hear another speaker from the team return to present a reply speech, and that reply speech is allotted 3 minutes. Now, there are what we call protected minutes or protected times in the first 3 speeches on each team. So you will hear a signaling that the debater has spoken for 1 minute, and then when that debater has 1 minute left, you will hear another signal announcing that. When the debater is out of time, you'll hear 2 audible sounds that indicates to the debater that they're out of time, but that sound might come midway them completing a sentence, so we give them 10 seconds extra within which to complete the idea and end their speech. Now, of course, debaters, are you ready?
Of course.
Oh, one of the debaters said, of course. Well, we are ready as the judges, and so at this time we take our leave, go back to our seats, and the next time you hear me, I'll be announcing the start of the debate. Ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to have the debate. So at this time, I invite the first speaker from the proposition team representing Mount Alvernia, or rather, the Mount Alvernia High School. Let's make that speaker welcome. Hear, hear.
Ministers of Jamaica receive a 230% increase in salary. This is the headline of the first trimester of 2023 in Jamaica. Yet our roads need fixing, rural communities don't have water, parents are still paying for education, healthcare services are poor, town centers are run down, and housing situations still treacherous. How can we go to the polls and cast our votes for a government that disregards public interest? As us young people would say, Vision 2030 is not Vision 2030. Esteemed adjudicators, reputable opponents, teammates, and viewers, a pleasant good morning. The motion today reads, this House would use public voting to determine the distribution of the government's capital expenditure. Public voting refers to a process where members of the public participate in making decisions on specific matters. Note well, this does not necessarily refer to the usual due process of going to the polls and dipping your finger in the ink. Voting also includes the raising of hands and counting them, among various other ways. Government capital expenditure refers to the funds spent by the government on acquiring, developing, upgrading, or maintaining long-term assets and infrastructure. This means that the government would allow the people of Jamaica's constituencies to determine how funds spent by the government to improve public services, enhance the country's economic capacity, and support development projects that provide benefits over an extended period are allocated. I will identify the current system that stands and offer a different approach and explain why the approach is needed. My second speaker will highlight how this policy encourages democracy, better representation, and a change in attitude. The third speaker will abolish any misconceptions and make it absolutely clear as to why we have won any clashes that present themselves. Currently in Jamaica, the determination of the national budget and distribution is primarily controlled by the government with limited public participation. According to Jamaica Information Service, the Ministry of Finance and the lower house hold the central responsibility for budget preparation and the distribution of public funds. Consequently, this opaque approach results in a lack of accountability and insufficient allocation of resources to address the most critical needs of our society. To address the shortcomings of the current budgetary process, we propose the implementation of a policy that advocates the introduction of participatory budgeting as a means to determine the distribution of the government's capital expenditure, promoting transparency, inclusivity, and citizen engagement. Before you jump and say we are not here to argue the budget, a budget is an approved plan to spend a certain amount of money in a given fiscal year or project period. Therefore, it tells how funds are moved, it tells who will get that. To achieve this, citizen assemblies will be formed at different levels in all constituencies. Please note that constituencies do already have committees. However, these committees are primarily made up of persons who present themselves in parties. This doesn't allow for fairness. Therefore, the assemblies will comprise randomly selected citizens chosen by an AI to ensure fair representation. These assemblies will assess proposed projects and ideas on how the capital expenditure should be spent, which citizens and organized groups, not accepted at this time, which citizens and organized groups can submit before being evaluated by experts for feasibility and social benefits. A list will be created and people will be allowed to vote within the constituencies. Through public discussion, citizens will have a say in choosing the projects deserving of funding. Through voting, all Jamaicans will be involved, allowing for a comprehensive understanding of our nation's needs and aspirations. By involving all segments of society, we can collectively prioritize investments and projects that align with the welfare and development of our people. According to the Ministry of Finance's government website, the funding of the national budget comes primarily through taxation and fees. These include property taxes, income taxes, general consumption tax, and statutory fees. Do the people of Jamaica not need to know how their tax dollars are being utilized? The current budgetary process in Jamaica leaves much to be desired. By keeping decisions within the confines of government agencies, it deprives citizens of the opportunity to understand and influence how their tax dollars are being utilized. This lack of transparency undermines public trust and undermines our faith in the government's ability to make informed decisions that truly benefit the people. Moreover, the absence of meaningful citizen engagement perpetuates a top-down approach that overlooks the valuable perspectives and needs of our diverse population. The government may miss out on crucial insights from the very people who will be directly impacted by capital expenditure projects. This disconnect can lead to ill-informed decisions, resulting in projects that fail to address the real priorities and aspirations of the citizen. Take Mount Salem and Norwood, for example. Both communities have a ZOZO. Part of the budget is allocated to the removal of zinc fences to fix the aesthetic of these communities. However, while Mount Salem has a lot of zinc fences, a community such as Norwood is well developed and would not require the same amount of funds. When this was discovered, there was a constant debate with JSIF, which is the Jamaica Social Investment Fund, as it pertains to the reallocation of those funds to a project more deserving of funds in that community. Now may I ask, what were those funds allocated to? Do the people of Norwood not deserve what they want? According to former opposition and economist Dr. Andre Horton, speaking at a forum addressing participatory budgeting, government expenditure affects the life of average people, thus they must have a say in how it is done. Different communities have different needs, and this must be addressed entirely and not just from a top-down approach as to what the current status quo perpetuates. Not accepted. By contrast, the proposed policy of participatory budgeting empowers citizens to actively participate in shaping capital expenditure distribution. Citizen assemblies ensure fair representation and bring the collective wisdom of the people to the table. Also, engaging citizens through public discussions and voting enables the government to allocate resources based on the collective will of the people, thereby fostering a sense of ownership and accountability. Critics of participatory budgeting argue that involving a large number of citizens in the decision-making process can be time-consuming and inefficient. They suggest that a smaller group of experts and government officials can make more informed and practical decisions regarding capital expenditure allocation. Additionally, they claim that the randomness of citizen assembly selection might result in unqualified or disinterested individuals participating, potentially undermining the effectiveness of the process. As the Prime Minister, I am ashamed. Why do we believe that our Jamaicans are unqualified or disinterested? While it is true that participatory budgeting involves a large number of citizens and may take longer than traditional methods, this approach brings substantial benefits to the decision-making process by involving citizens from diverse backgrounds and experiences. Participatory budgeting ensures that a wider range of perspectives and needs are considered. This inclusivity enhances the quality and legitimacy of the decisions made as it reflects the collective interest of the population. It is time to challenge the status quo and embrace a more inclusive, transparent, and citizen-centric approach to determine the distribution of the government's capital expenditure. By implementing participatory budgeting, we can harness the collective intelligence of our citizens and ensure that public funds are directed towards projects that truly deserve the needs and aspirations of Jamaica. Let us stand together to foster a more accountable, equitable, and prosperous future for our nation. Thank you.
The first speaker of the proposition went on about the public being included in the allocation of funds, though we must remind ourselves that these individuals have the opportunity to make such an impactful decision, and that being said, we should know that they should be informed, that those decisions should be informed decisions, if anything else. We must not neglect this information. Good morning, adjudicators, esteemed opponents, and respected audience, both in person and online. My name is Magua Mazola, the first speaker for the opposition. Our team prevails rooted in the stance of disagreement towards the motion. This House would use public voting to determine the allocation of the government's capital expenditure. Truly, in this debate today, we are arguing on the basis of participatory budgeting, which is a type of technique where constituents are given the opportunity to allocate the government's budget. Let's begin by defining the central terms of our debate. According to Collins English Dictionary, public voting is defined as a democratic... Not accepted at this time. Public voting is defined as a democratic process where people in general or all the members of a particular country or community are given the opportunity to indicate their choices officially on specific issues or policies. According to penpoint.com, government capital expenditure refers to spending to create long-term assets in the economy. An example is money spent on building infrastructure such as roads, railways, and ports. As the first speaker, I will delve into essential aspects of short-term populism and the influence of special interest groups. Our second speaker will expound on the apathic tendencies amongst our people and the time constraints regarding the voting process. And finally, our third speaker will shed light on the dark realities of regional disparities. Firstly, it is crucial to note that public voting for the distribution of the government's capital expenditure presents risk of short-term populism. According to Mariana Rajoy, populism feeds on fear and promises easy solutions, but history has shown us that such shortcuts often lead to disappointment and disillusionment. End quote. Populism on a whole can be interpreted as a political approach that strives to appeal to ordinary people who feel their concerns are disregarded by established elite groups. We believe introducing participatory budgeting to allocate the government's capital expenditure encompasses a political approach that solely focuses on appealing to the immediate emotions and solutions of the constituents, implementing quick fixes to issues rather than providing pragmatic policies or long-term solution. The proposition has made mention of the fact that voting on the allocation of the government's capital expenditure promotes accountability. Although this is valid, the potential negative consequences of public voting outweigh the benefits. In turn, we succumb to a vicious predator we call short-term planning. Supported by the definition of capital expenditure, its very nature requires long-term planning. Moreover, neglecting this information fails to recognize the risk of economic instability, forsaken infrastructure, and missed opportunities for growth when prioritizing immediate gains rather than investments with substantial long-term benefits. A justification for this is a summary note entitled Dispelling Myths About Participatory Budgeting Across Levels of Government, published July of 2022. This document expounds on how participatory budgeting is mostly, if not always, done at the local level to accommodate the allocation of funds that deal with ongoing expenses that must be regularly paid to maintain daily operations. We as opposition believe that our suggestion will allow constituents to have a more meaningful contribution and allow for inclusivity, accountability, and transparency. Furthermore, to agree with this motion would be placing ourselves in a predetermined position, a crisis. Instead of implementing public voting in regards to capital expenditure, we can opt to implement public voting for recurrent expenditure, which looks to short-term spending that is fully expensed in the fiscal period in which it is incurred. For example, in the MOFPS's Citizens Guide of 2023 to 2024, budget published in March of 2023, we see traffic management control allocated $943.25 million, and the cleansing of gullies, which is allocated $4.67 billion. A better resolution would be to prioritize the recurrent expenditure, as these elements have inherent flexibility and a tendency to evolve over time. The allocation of recurrent expenditures will enable the constituents to be included in their decision-making process with fewer associated risks. Secondly, let's explore how participatory budgeting can lead to a battle of influence with the power of decision-making. Special interest groups can influence public voting in several ways, leveraging their resources, influence, and messaging. Through strategic media campaigns and advertising, they effectively sway public opinion, shaping voters' perceptions and priorities. This targets how we are able to jeopardize substantial societal benefits if we were to implement participatory budgeting. Special interest groups resemble pastry chefs. They appeal to the sweet tooth of our constituents, causing numerous cavities in our society, distorting and obstructing the will of the people to serve their own agendas. Furthermore, a blog published by LSE titled Lobbying Inside Out, How Special Interest Groups Influence Policy Choices, discusses the power that these special interest groups hold on decision making. It also implies that, and I quote, failing to properly assess their power makes it difficult to design adequate policies to curtail their influence, end quote. We then charge the government with the task of not creating an environment where these organizations entrap us in a capsulated dream, disallowing us to be rational and pragmatic to our societal needs. In conclusion, with the evidence and reasoning put forth, we can conclude that short-term populism, characterized by its focus on immediate gains and public sentiment, can lead to decisions that may not address long-term challenges effectively. On the other hand, special interest groups wield significant power in shaping public voting and policy making, often influencing decisions that align with their narrow interests. Why should public voting be used for capital expenditure when interest groups possess the power to control the public? As the first speaker, I have laid the foundation for our case. Thank you.
We thank the first opposition speaker for that fine speech. We now call upon the second proposition speaker from Mount Alvernia High School to respond. Hear, hear.
The opposition opened by saying that people do have a chance to make their voices heard, but she didn't say how. The participating budget does allow for fragmented decisions and projects. The people can share their needs. For example, currently there is a broad bush approach to give everyone the same thing. That cannot work. Waterhouse knows what Waterhouse needs, and it's not the same as the needs of Cockburn Pen. Special interest groups, don't they already have influence on our current system? Don't we have issues of corruption all throughout history where contracts are awarded to people due to the connections to the government or interest groups connected to the government? Are we not tired of hearing the cries for justice being broadcasted on our television? The outcry of the citizens of the country demanding proper water, road, and electricity? This is the reality of Jamaican citizens island-wide, fighting for resources that if they voted in the allocation of funds to alleviate these problems, they would not exist. Only the people know what their issues are and how to fix them. Adjudicators, members of the opposition, audience, good morning. Let us first consider the essence of democracy itself. Democracy is not merely about periodic elections, it is about the active participation of the people in decision-making processes. A recent opinion piece issued by the Gleaner highlighted that true democracy is when the government is accountable to its citizens and the citizens have a genuine say in how public resources are allocated, meaning that even Mas Joe and Miss Paula down the road has a right to determine the allocation of funds. However, in reality, citizens have complained that they feel disenfranchised. They feel as if they have no voice in the matter of funds, and this should not be, as these funds come directly from them. How can you be funding something and have no say in it? That is the deception the opposition wants you to believe. Similar to every time when you get your Christmas money, your mother says she going to save it for you, but you don't know, so you're not going to see the money there. In the realm of democracy, citizens possess the noble right to elect those who govern their nation, yet at times they find themselves estranged from the very government they help elect, feeling their voices muted. Sentiments of disconnection can be rectified through the powerful mechanism of participatory budgeting, where citizens gain a profound and tangible say in how their hard-earned resources are utilized for the greater good. This sentiment is exemplified in the Dominican Republic, where citizens attest that prior to embracing participatory budgeting, they lamented the absence of their voices in local governance and found themselves adrift in the sea of budgetary decisions with little knowledge of its inner workings. By introducing public voting on government expenditure, we can make democracy more vibrant and inclusive, ensuring that the voice of every Jamaican is heard and respected. Furthermore, this also gives way for better representation. Better representation is a crucial advantage of participatory budgeting, as it empowers citizens to have a direct say in how public funds are allocated, ensuring their needs and priorities are adequately addressed. Take in consideration the Brazilian municipality that adopted the participatory budgeting, and according to The Guardian, it found that previously marginalized communities had their voices heard, leading to the allocation of funds for vital infrastructure projects in underserved areas. This process allowed citizens to articulate their specific needs and have a tangible impact on budget decisions, fostering a stronger sense of representation. As citizens actively engage in shaping their community's budget, they become co-creators of their collective future, and the government becomes more responsive and accountable entity better equipped to serve the needs of its people. We need this approach as it will allow for equity. In Jamaica, the people will know their needs and their country's needs. They are on the road, they are in the floor, and many times our government acts out of touch with the realities of our people. Moreover, this will instill a better attitude towards democracy. When people are actively engaged in shaping budgetary decisions, they develop a stronger sense of ownership and responsibility towards their government and the democratic process. By participating in the allocation of public funds, citizens become more informed about government policies and financial matters. They gain a deeper understanding of the complexities involved in budgeting and how resources are distributed to address various needs. This increased awareness nurtures a sense of political maturity and active citizenship, leading to a more informed and thoughtful approach to participating in democratic processes beyond budgeting. With reference to the Washington Post, which gives light on the positive reviews on the United States since they implemented participatory budgeting, citizens have praised how the system has given them a real sense of agency, making them feel like valued participants in shaping their community's future, instilling a newfound enthusiasm for democracy, with many expressing the desire to become more involved in other civic activities beyond budgeting. Additionally, when citizens see their ideas and opinions being considered and valued in the budgeting process, it instills a sense of trust in their government. They perceive that their voices truly matter and that their elected representatives are listening and responding to their needs. This renewed trust in the government encourages people to engage more actively in civic activities such as voting, community involvement, and holding officials accountable. By providing citizens with a tangible role in budgetary decision, participatory budgeting nurtures a sense of citizenship, responsibility, and empowerment. As citizens witness the power of their voices and the responsiveness of the government, they develop a more positive and optimistic outlook on democracy, recognizing it as a mechanism that truly values their contribution and serves their best interests. In conclusion, the introduction of public voting to determine the distribution of government expenditure in Jamaica is a bold and transformative step towards improving democracy, better representation, and fostering positive attitudes towards governments. Let us seize this opportunity to redefine democracy in Jamaica, making it truly for the people, by the people. Together, let us create a brighter future where every Jamaican has a say in shaping their nation's destiny. Thank you.
And we thank you very much for that fine speech, second proposition speaker. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we make welcome the second opposition speaker. Let's make that speaker welcome. Hear, hear.
Firstly, the proposition second speaker said we did not mention how the people would be involved. But as I recall, my first speaker proposed recurrent expenditures. I hope you hear it now. They also used Brazil as an example of participatory budgeting, but failed to mention that it was implemented at the local level, which we are proposing, nitpicking points that they think can help their argument. Adjudicators, ladies and gentlemen, students and teachers, good morning. My name is Sabrika Allen, and as the second speaker for the opposition, I am here to further strengthen our argument that we are completely against the moot. This House would use public voting to determine the distribution of the government's capital expenditure. Our first speaker highlighted that we are really debating participatory budgeting and whether it can be used for the government's capital expenditure. Her arguments against this motion were short-term populism and special interest groups influencing public voting, thus making it an ineffective means of garnering public involvement for the distribution of the government's capital expenditure. I will now speak on the impact of apathy of the Jamaican people towards public voting and how time-consuming such a process is. Jamaica is a developing nation seeking sustainable development, and to impose such a motion would pose a disadvantage to such a goal. Firstly, the Jamaican people have turned apathetic. They no longer care to vote. The voter turnout in the general elections have been nosediving even before COVID-19 forced quarantine on our country. In 2007, the voter turnout was 60.40%. In 2011, it was 53.17%. And from there, the last two elections dipped below the 50% mark, as seen in 2016, where it was 48.37%, and in 2020, where it was lowest at 37%, supported by the idea international.com. While there may be other contributing factors, it is clearly understood that voter turnout is on a decline, which is already proving that public voting cannot determine the distribution of the government's capital expenditure. However, the opposition may argue that to influence voter turnout, the government can simply adopt the participatory budgeting model steps, namely to inform, consult, involve, collaborate, and empower the people. But throughout the years, this has proven ineffective. The following strategies have been employed to influence the public to vote, however, have still yielded low voter turnouts. The large posters nailed on every light post in the communities, boasting the candidates and their slogans, and the loudspeaker vans advertising general elections, to which the Gleaner published, and I quote, "And most of the vehicles, it seemed, had powerful sound systems just right for blasting the message to vote for Labour or vote out the Green Man." So what regard do you have for our nation if you are rooting for a populace of indifferent, uninterested people to make the decision pertaining to the distribution of the government's capital expenditure? The budget cycle affects every sector of Jamaica, and so must be developed by keen and available people who advocate on behalf of the people for the betterment of Jamaica. Though the affirmative may also argue that allowing public voting to determine the distribution of the government's capital expenditure promotes inclusivity and a way to factor in the public in the decision-making process. We propose instead that public voting should be used for the government's recurrent expenditures rather than for capital expenditures. For example, in Brazil, specifically Porto Alegre, one of the most populated cities in South Brazil, participatory budgeting has proved very efficient on the local level. Let's imagine that if public voting was used to determine the distribution of recurrent expenditures, the citizens of Westmoreland wouldn't have to be constantly rallying about the lack of water, and the citizens of downtown Kingston wouldn't have to be battling drainage problems for a very long time, as stated by the Observer, and I quote, "It really shouldn't have come to the Prime Minister ordering that immediate attention be given to resolving the sewage problem in downtown Kingston. After all, this issue of raw sewage overflowing onto the streets, posing health risks, affecting businesses and making life for people miserable, has been with us for a very long time," end quote. The positive impact of participatory budgeting is a noticeable improvement in the accessibility and quality of various public welfare amenities in those municipalities that have adopted it, and can be so too for Jamaica if the measure is implemented for recurrent expenditures rather than for the capital ones. Though, let us not get things twisted. Our democratic way of governance is also not up for debate. It's not up for debate. We chose our candidates and elected them, so we should trust that they can do their jobs. We are resolute in our stance. The participatory budgeting model should not be used to determine the distribution of the government's capital expenditure, as frankly, we can assume that voter turnout would yield depressing numbers, and if those numbers are used to make a decision, it will not reflect the people, but only a selected few. Since voter turnout has dipped from 60% to 37% from 2007 to 2020, we can assume that unless something is drastically done, the numbers may not improve. Subsequently, as we discuss public voting, we must consider voter fraud, especially with it becoming a recent topic of conversation in Jamaica. We can see this when the leader of the opposition party, Mark Golding, was bombarded with criticism over a statement he made, which appeared to imply that the People's National Party supporters should ensure their candidate wins the next general election by using votes cast by individuals, whether alive or dead, supported by the Gleaner. By the masses, this was interpreted as a promotion of electoral fraud. However, the proposition may argue that Jamaica has invested in biometrics to prevent electoral fraud. But have we forgotten that this was also attempted in 2002? There is evidence of this published in an article by the Jamaica Observer, and I quote, "Jamaicans in a handful of parish council divisions will vote with high-tech devices that identify their fingerprints in upcoming local government elections as officials begin to put to the test another of the systems they hope will eradicate bribery and intimidation and lead to cleaner elections here. This system has proven faulty today with the ongoing electoral fraud, bribery, and intimidation in Jamaica. So public voting should not determine the distribution of the government's capital expenditure, but rather the recurrent expenditures instead. Such a process, secondly, we must speak of how time-consuming implementing a participatory budget would be, as the proposition would mention. Such a process contains several steps, which involves informing the people, consulting them, involving, collaborating, and empowering them. Did they mention how the people were going to help make decisions based on the budget? No, they did not. This process, voting for capital expenditures would take a month, evaluation would take 1 to 2 months, and the design process would take 3 to 6 months. The minimum amount of time a participatory budget would take to formulate, based on my calculations, is 9 months, 3 months away from a year. So what guarantee does Jamaica have that if this motion is implemented at the capital level, the budget will be ready? Thank you.
Thank you very much for that speech. Second opposition speaker representing the Queen's School. We now call upon the third proposition speaker from Mount Alvernia High School to present her arguments. Hear, hear.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, adjudicators, my fellow opponents. Now, may I first start by saying that I ask that we disregard the last statement made by the opposition, as our Prime Minister did in fact state ways in which we would install these voting. Secondly, I am deeply offended by the opposition's claim that only persons who are keen and available. May I say that I strongly believe that some persons in Jamaica who do not have degrees, who are not, as you said, keen and available, can make decisions on the budget. As Jamaica, if we are to move into a republic, we must trust our people. Now, may I turn to the fact that you say we no longer desire to vote. You gave remarkable statistics, but may I ask, why is it that we no longer desire to vote? Number one, corruption, which I will get into in a minute. Number two, it is because we do not feel involved in these decision-making processes. If we as a country do not feel that our voices are being heard, what is the sense? With this plan by the proposition, they will get a feeling that they are a part of the decision-making process, and we will see an increase in the amount of persons voting. Now, I move on into my speech. Mr. Speaker, imagine a Jamaica of utter and complete chaos. A Jamaica where our people do not trust us. A Jamaica where our people fear for their democracy and that of their children. This is a Jamaica that you will see if the opposition's beliefs are to be enforced. Now, we must look at the factor of transparency. As public votes ensure transparency, as in the decision-making process, this means that every citizen has access to the information that are of their tax dollars and can make informed choices on how it is being spent. Mr. Speaker, this it fosters accountability and reduces the likelihood of corruption. Now we see where citizens can provide feedback, voice concerns. This, Mr. Speaker, is what will get our people voting. Now, we see likewise, transparency is a key mechanism in lessening corruption in Jamaica. We see where if politicians feel that they are obligated, they are being watched by a close eye, they are less likely to commit fraudulent acts and misuse of funds. Let us zoom in on Jamaica, whereby the Gleaner, 3 out of every 4 Jamaicans do not trust our government. How is it that we can continue into a new republic if we do not trust the people we have put in charge? Mr. Speaker, corruption is increasing and the public confidence is decreasing as almost $100 billion was shook annually due to crime and corruption. May I lead you to some cases in Jamaica? But first, can we ask, when was the last time a minister was held accountable for misuse of funds? This was in 1990. No, I didn't get it wrong. This was by Senator James A.G. Smith, which was in the former Minister of Labor and Public Service. Why is it that we have seen no more persons being brought to justice for misuse of funds? And the opposition will probably say, oh, but we don't have that problem. But may I point you to two of the most recent cases. In July 2018, where the Science, Education and Technology Minister, Dr. Anthony Wheatley, resigned due to problems with Petrojam and the National Energy Solution Limited. Or in 2019 of March, when the Minister of Education, Youth and Information, Roel Reid, was forced to resign over allegations of corruption and misuse. Mr. Speaker, if we are to look at our hospitals, if we are to give the people the vote that they so desire, because they are the ones facing the problem, Opposition Speaker also stated that people are suffering from health risks and so forth. Who is more knowledgeable of these issues? The persons who are suffering from these issues, the persons who are living with these drainage problems, etc., are the politicians. We must understand that certain people have experienced things that they need to have a voice on what happens. Mr. Speaker, before I leave you, I must give one example of how this has worked to reduce corruption due to the increase of transparency. As in Brazil, we saw the health and education budget increasing from 13% to 40%. This is what helps our citizens. We need a voice. We need our voices to be heard so we can better our country and move forward into a new republic. I thank you.
Thank you very much. That was the third proposition speaker from Mount Alvernia High School. We now call upon the third speaker from the opposition side, the Queen's School. Hear, hear.
Firstly, let me clarify my team's stance. We are not trying to remove the right to vote. However, we are stating that it should not be done at the capital expenditure level instead at the recurrent level. Clearly, our argument went over the proposition's head. Good morning to the honorable judges, audience, and the proposition team. My name is Shania Allen, and I am the third speaker for the opposition. And we are against the motion. This House would use public voting to determine the distribution of the government's capital expenditure. Let me refresh your memory with the previous argument stated. Our first speaker spoke about short-term populism, characterized by its focus on immediate gains and public sentiment, which can lead to decisions that may not address long-term challenges associated with distributing funds for the capital expenditure. She also made mention of special interest groups wielding significant power in shaping public voting and policy making, often influencing decisions
Point of information.
Not accepted at this moment, that aligns with their narrow interests. Then our second speaker spoke about apathy, highlighted that apathy towards public voting prevalent in the Jamaican society and stated that implementing such a process will prove to be more time-consuming in comparison to the normal budgeting process practiced today. Firstly, participatory budgeting will lead to regional disparities. The term regional disparity is defined as a difference in economic development and uneven economic achievement in different geographical regions, according to the IGI Global Dictionary. The motion that we are debating today simply implies that regions with lower populations will be at a disadvantage versus highly populated areas. Ladies and gentlemen, the proposition clearly does not identify the problem with this issue at hand today. As Chapter 3 of the Constitution states, equality for all. Yet, If we implement this narrative, the public having the power of deciding how to distribute the capital expenditures, we are adding to the inequality in our nation.
Point of information.
Not accepted at this time. According to the statistics collected from the Statistical Institute of Jamaica regarding Jamaica's population, the 2018 census shows parishes such as St. Andrew and Kingston, which has a population of 669,773, and St. Catherine, which has a population of 521,249. These regions would have the advantage as they have more people to vote compared to Hanover, which has a population of 70,265. Imagine that the citizens of St. Catherine voted for the allocation of funds to go towards national security. But the people of Hanover voted for funds to go towards their community centers. The proposition would have us create such inequalities where communities are robbed due to local population. Additionally, utilizing public voting to make decisions regarding distribution of capital expenditures might favor projects in regions with larger populations, leaving smaller or less populated areas at a disadvantage, which in turn could exacerbate existing regional disparities and lead to uneven development. Ladies and gentlemen, imagine if an
Point
area...
of information.
Accepted.
When we speak of the needs of the community, do we not seek to cater to all community and therefore bring equity, not equality?
Yes, but the system you are proposing still would involve inequality, as such as populations with lower, areas with lower populations which would want the same things with areas with higher population, but we're disregarding them as we're stating that. Continuing with my speech. Ladies and gentlemen, imagine if an area with a low population needed their roads fixed, and another area with a higher population needed help in funding a homeless shelter. It is obvious that the area with a lesser population would not get the funds, as a higher population would vote for their problem, causing the money to be allocated to them. With this being said, agreeing with the motion would lead to injustice, unfairness, and overall robbery of others who cannot control the population growth. In conclusion, by supporting the motion, this House would use public voting to determine the distribution of the government's capital expenditures. We are lending to short-term populism, which only appeals to the people's current problems. Subsequently, it initiates special interest groups who strategically influence the public to satisfy their own agendas. It is equally important that it causes low voter turnout consistently because of the apathetic behavior of our people and the time taken to pursue public voting. Additionally, regional disparities will promote inequality in place of equity. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that fine speech. And at this time, we're going to take a 1-minute pause to allow you to catch your breaths and put the finishing touches on your reply speeches. At the end of the 1 minute, we will begin with the reply speech from the opposition, Queen's School. All right, ladies, we are ready to resume our debate. At this time, I call on the reply speaker from the opposition team representing the Queen's School out of St. Andrew to present their case. Hear, hear.
So, participatory budgeting was what we were really arguing during this debate. And the proposition who are firmly rooted in their faulty stance are clearly advocating for the measure to be implemented at the capital level, which by the opposition's previous speeches have been proven ineffective, flawed, and misaligned with Vision 2030, which aims for sustainable development. Their first speaker brought up the point of time-consuming measures and using AI, which we respond that AI is not flexible and it's susceptible to faults, and that to implement the motion to determine the distribution of the government's capital expenditures is a very lengthy procedure versus implementing it for recurrent expenditures. To apply it at the local level is easier, as we are speaking of the daily operations here, compared to the long-term investments capital expenditure is. The citizens would need ample information, which again would need a lot of time, so that our country doesn't get buried due to the ignorance of the people who are deciding the budget. And we cannot pause the running of our country to cater to your laughable demands. While a government official could just hold town hall meetings so that the recurrent expenditure measure could be implemented, they cannot do so for the motion you are advocating for. Their second speaker made mention to the people not having a say in spending their own money, which shows that their ears are closed when we are speaking. Over and over, we spoke about the implementation of recurrent expenditures. Further adding to their weak argument, the third speaker spoke of the people not feeling involved, but that is not the premise of our argument. What we are proposing is that the measure be applied at the recurrent level, and they kept on mentioning Brazil, but failed to mention that the measure was applied at the local level there and not the capital level. They keep on cherry-picking points that they think can help their argument and are completely disregarding our solution. Are you fine with the problem? Are you fine with the problems of one being solved while the other? Are you fine with the problems of one being solved while the other needs to be met? The proposition is not completely eradicating the idea of a participatory budgeting model, but rather erasing the notion that it should be applied to determine the distribution of the government's capital expenditures. We propose instead that this would have been transparent in our speeches, that the model be adopted at the local level and should be used to determine the distribution of recurrent capital expenditures instead. We have provided a solution to the problem which aligns well with Jamaica's goal for sustainable development. The proposition cannot say the same. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that concluding speech representing the Queen's School on opposition. At this time, we make way for the final speaker in our debate, the reply speaker from Mount Alvernia High School, representing the proposition side. Hear, hear.
Good morning again, members of the House. Let us examine the parameters and arguments postulated during this debate. The government believes that we would allow the people of Jamaica's constituencies to determine how funds spent by the government to improve public services, enhance the country's economic capacity, and support development projects that provide benefits over an extended period are allocated. To accomplish this, we offered a useful policy that will allow for participatory budgeting. This, we believe, will ensure our people can add their voices to the discussion and distribution of the country's government capital expenditure. It guarantees transparency, a change in attitude, and equity. Our opponents attempt to counter by suggesting that our people should instead vote on how recurrent expenditures are allocated. They believe this is better because of special groups' interference and time. Let's examine recurrent expenditure versus capital expenditure. Recurrent expenditure is all payments other than capital assets, including on goods and services, wages and salaries, employer contributions, interest payments, subsidies, and transfers. However, capital expenditure is the acquiring, developing, upgrading, or maintaining of long-term assets and infrastructure. Let me now ask, which do you think people should actually vote on? Recurrent will give people the power to vote on salaries and employee contributions. Really? Imagine how our teachers will get from people who people call them greedy and say they do nothing. Do we not recall the island-wide sit-ins and strikes by members of the JTA and the NWC. These are the industrial actions that negatively affected the people, and this is why the people have no confidence in our government. Is that what the opposition proposes? Capital expenditure is where our people will shine. This is about infrastructure and development. They can share their community's needs. Each community will be catered to. Therefore, this will allow for equity and not equality. I stress, equity and not equality. Let's look at this. Each community knows what they need. Therefore, we won't do a broad brush approach. Waterhouse will get its needs, and so will Cockburn Pen. We understand that Brazil was at the local level. We are taking this and using it nationally. That is more expensive and allows for more participation from our people. Our approach will allow a change in attitude. It will propel will, trust, and people will feel involved. They will participate in the democratic process more. And that is where I rest my case.
Ladies and gentlemen, you have just witnessed a clash between the East versus the West. Representing the West, we had Mount Alvernia High School, and from the East, we had the Queen's School. At this time, we, the judges, will take our leave, deliberate, and return shortly with the results. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to this debate. Well, we're at the end, and we are ready to have the results. But before the results, the explanation as to what informs the decision. Ladies and gentlemen, we had an exciting debate between two all-girls schools, one from Mount Alvernia High School, the other the Queen School, and they were contesting the idea as to whether or not we should make decisions surrounding how it is that we apportion capital expenditure on the basis of public voting. Yes? Should we deepen and broaden the democracy to encourage that kind of activity? Or are there harms, are there fundamental harms were we to go that route? I think the debate was really good. The judges liked it very much, and we want, first of all, to invite a round of applause for both teams. So the first speaker from Mount Alvernia opens with a principled position that greater levels of democracy are what are needed within the new Jamaican Republic. And that new Jamaican Republic, they contend, is benefited from people ultimately feeling that they have a stake in the national experiment, if it is that they were given the opportunity to vote on how it is that government's capital expenditure is apportioned. She goes deep into the sort of philosophical connotations behind democracy and why that is a fundamentally better structure behind or for structuring a society. The Queen School, though, it's not that they object necessarily to the principled basis behind democracy. They say to us, well, hold on a bit, we're not so sure that the enormous benefits that the Mount Alvernia High School team are articulating that they will actually be achieved. And they point to a number of harms that they contend will arise if it is that the public voting system were to be engaged with. They say, first of all, that there's likely to be broad-based populist sort of pandering, and people make very short-term decisions with respect to how it is that government spending or capital expenditure is apportioned. They say furthermore, sort of interest groups that exist within the society will manipulate people into making decisions that are not in their best interest. And of course, that again is a fundamental harm. A third point that Queen's School brings late into the debate, albeit, is this notion that communities that are large in terms of having significant numbers of citizens will commandeer a larger proportion of the capital expenditure, whilst those communities that are small will be all but neglected, or actually possibly neglected altogether. We felt that there are a number of points of engagement that we very much liked in this debate. The first point about whether we will have the system being sort of captured by interest groups. Mount Alvernia points out that already exists within the status quo. We like that response, Mount Alvernia. We think, though, that the response could have possibly been deeper, were you to, for example, say, well, not only does it exist already in the status quo, but it is also going to be worse if it is that we leave it as it exists now within the hands of decisions as to capital expenditure in the hands solely of politicians. Again, possibly because there are fewer politicians to manipulate. It's far easier to manipulate politicians as opposed to manipulating the whole society at large. But we were satisfied at minimum with the response that you were given. We just think it could have been a little bit more deep. We felt that the questions surrounding short-term populist decision-making went largely unanswered by Mount Alvernia. We wanted to hear some direct engagement of that. And maybe Mount Alvernia might be thinking, but we responded to that. The fact that we, as judges, weren't able to pinpoint the response to the argument may mean that there was a greater need for flagging what it is that you're responding to. So tell us that this line of argumentation responds directly to that idea that we got from the opposing side, Mount Alvernia. That would have been very much helpful to your side. And then the third thing that we got from the Queen School is this idea surrounding the fact that, or the claim rather, that people who exist in small communities will be disadvantaged relative to communities that are large and possibly able to exert greater impact on the outcome of the decision-making process. We felt that that was an interesting idea, but we were concerned, we are concerned that it came so late in the debate that we really and honestly can't discredit Mount Alverny for not providing a response to it, yes? So again, caution to the Queen's School and opposition. You have to be mindful where it is that you place important arguments in the debate so as to ensure that the larger and stronger arguments come closer up to your, near the top of your speech and therefore can be reasonably responded to by your opposers. Another example of that, again, Queens, is this idea of choosing to prioritize recurrent expenditure as opposed to capital expenditure. We felt that Mount Alverny didn't respond to it adequately, we felt, or there was sort of no direct engagement with that counter policy from the Queen's School. But we were, as judges, a little concerned as to what recurrent expenditure is as distinct from capital expenditure. And so we felt that there may have been points in the argumentation coming to us from the Queen's School where what it is that they define capital expenditure, recurrent expenditure as sounded to us as though it is a manifestation of capital expenditure, how it is that capital expenditure works. So we want for you to be clear in establishing the delineation between the two things, or if it is that there are two things in a debate, establish what it is that you're standing for, clearly articulate what it is that you're standing for, how it looks and how it works relative to what the other side stands for. Ladies and gentlemen, all in all, the idea that we felt that was possibly most significant in this debate is the idea of greater democratic benefits being gained, greater levels of voter participation ultimately, were we to engage with the model of the proposition side, which is to allow for greater citizen participation. And so with all that said, I trust that you can appreciate that the decision of the judges reflect scores ranging from 236 to 242 points. Yes, one team landing on 236, the other team 242 points. And so the team with 242 points and winning this debate is a team from side proposition. Mount Alverny High School. So, so congratulations to Mount Alverny High School, and well tried to the ladies from the Queen's School. Congratulations. Now, another announcement, the best debater and the commendable debater. The best debater and commendable debater comes to us from the winning team. The best debater, the first speaker from Mount Alverny High School. And the commendable debater, the second speaker, also from Mount Alverny High School. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so very much, and looking forward to having you join us for the next debate, which comes up shortly. for 3 minutes. The first and last minutes are protected from points of information. After the first minute, but before the last minute, points of information will be allowed. In fact, they're actually welcomed. Ladies and gentlemen, I will now step away from the lectern. Just indicate to me where I should pick up. Yeah, man.
Okay.
From the top. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the semi-final match in the hashtag Afiwu Republic Secondary Schools Debate Competition. My name is Jermaine Barrett and I will be the chair adjudicator for this match. With me are two eminently qualified judges and I will now invite both of them to introduce themselves.
My name is Kudian King and I am the wing adjudicator for this match.
Hello, afternoon, everyone. The name is Javon Downey, and I'll also serve as a wing adjudicator.
All right, now for there to be a debate, we must have a debate topic, an issue, a motion. And so at this time, I invite Ms. Kudian King to introduce the motion.
Okay. And the motion reads, this House believes that the deprivation of rights under the state of emergency for combating persistent high levels of crime is unjustified.
All right, excellent. Fascinating motion. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the teams. We have on-side proposition, meaning they are supporting the motion. We have the Queen's School and on-side opposition opposed to the motion, meaning they don't agree with it at all. We have the Montego Bay High School for girls. Ladies and gentlemen, you may be joining us for the first time. If you are, welcome. If you are returning, welcome to you as well. But just to remind you of the rules of the competition, in terms of the speaker times, the first speaker is allotted 8 minutes, the second speaker 7 minutes, the third speaker 5 minutes, and the reply speaker, that's a speaker returning to give the summary arguments, that speaker is allotted 3 minutes. There are 2 periods of protected times that are protected from points of information, and that is the first minute and the last minute of the first 3 speeches on each team. There are no points of information allowed for the reply speaker. Teams, are you ready? Yes. Teams, are you ready? Yes. All right. Well, if you are ready, we are ready. So in a few seconds, ladies and gentlemen viewing on social media, you will hear my voice again, ready to start the debate. Ladies, we are ready to begin the debate. So at this time, I call on the first speaker from the proposing team, the Queen's School. Let's make that speaker welcome.
Martin Luther King Jr. once said, "A right delayed is a right denied." Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, honorable judges and fellow debaters. My name is Aliana Marriott, and I stand before you today as the first speaker of the proposition to discuss an important motion. This House believes that the deprivation of rights under states of emergencies for combating persistently high levels of crime is unjustified. According to an article published by GIS in 2022 entitled Understanding States of Emergencies, in the context of the motion, the term deprivation of rights can be defined as the act of restricting certain rights and freedoms during a state of emergency. such as the right to freedom of movement, protection from search and privacy, peaceful assembly, freedom of expression, and due process. According to a GIS article titled Understanding States of Emergency, published on July 1st, 2022, a state of emergency, also called a state of public emergency, is a period during which a government declares that a public emergency exists and is empowered to enforce actions and policies not normally permitted in order to gain control of the situation. Also, the Cambridge Dictionary describes combat as trying to stop something unpleasant or harmful from happening, or increasing and unjustified as wrong or not deserving. There are several reasons to support the stance presented. Firstly, we will discuss that it is an unjustified approach as it ineffectively addresses the root causes of persistently high levels of crime in a given area. Secondly, it can harm vulnerable communities, fostering tension with law enforcement and reducing cooperation in addressing crime, which worsens marginalization and distrust towards authorities. Our second speaker will highlight that it may lead to abuse of authority under a state of emergency and provide a better solution to combat high levels of crime without depriving people of their rights. And lastly, our third speaker will prove that depriving people of their rights during a state of emergency undermines the rule of law. To begin, we believe that states of emergencies do not target the root causes of crime. As such, it is unjust to deprive people of their rights as a means to combat persistently high levels of crime. According to an article by Wiki Online Library, published in 2016 and entitled Beyond Symptoms, Crime Prevention and Community Development, emphasizes that to achieve lasting change and sustainable crime reduction, a more comprehensive approach is needed, one that involves investing in community development, education, poverty alleviation, and crime prevention programs. We firmly believe that by tackling the root causes of crime, the government can foster long-term community trust, cooperation, and stability, leading to more successful and sustainable crime reduction outcomes. The opposition would have us fooled into believing that the only way to achieve this is through SOEs. Furthermore, an article published in the year 2018 by JIS entitled Senate Approves Extension of State of Public Emergency in St. James focuses on the success of the SOEs at the time, stating that there was a 67.2% decline in murders and a 53.4% reduction in shootings when compared to the similar period in 2017. In contrast, an article by The Observer published in 2021 entitled St. James Sees a 222 increase in murders state that the murderous rampage in St. James since the start of the year has outpassed corresponding 2020 figures by 222%, with disputes between families and friends proving to be more deadly than gang feuds. This implies that though the SOEs have seen some measure of success in the short to medium term, it is ineffective in the long run in crime fighting as a crime fighting strategy. How can we as people say it is not unjust to deprive people of their constitutional rights as a means to combat crime when the very policy itself proves ineffective? Secondly, depriving people of their rights in high crime communities can be seen as a form of collective punishment, where innocent individuals suffer the consequences of crimes committed by a few. According to an article published in 2020 by Legal Information Institute entitled Presumption of Innocence, under normal circumstances, individuals are presumed innocent until proven guilty. Therefore, depriving people of their rights in communities with high crime levels may lead to a presumption of guilt for all residents, even those who have committed any crimes. It is unjust to penalize an entire community for the actions of only a few individuals. The opposition may argue that during states of emergencies, certain rights and civil liberties may be temporarily restricted to ensure and prioritize public safety and security. However, the deprivation of our rights can lead to a permanent erosion of civil liberties, even after the crisis has passed. The opposition would like us to accept that SOEs enable swift crisis management. Well, we believe that the deprivation of rights is a crisis itself. Moreover, the deprivation of rights under states of emergencies have negative impacts on vulnerable and marginalized communities, which can create a cycle of increased tension between the people and law enforcement. This, in turn, hinders willingness to cooperate in addressing crime and leads to further marginalization and distrust of law enforcement. This goes against the fundamental principle of justice and fairness. An article published in 2022 by the Jamaica Gleaner titled St. James Cabby awarded nearly 18 million in SOE detention suits reports that the Constitutional Court in Jamaica has recently granted approximately 18 million in damages to Rashawn Clark, a St. James taxi operator who was unlawfully detained for 7 months during the state of emergency declared in January 2018. Justices Chester Stamp, Annie Murray, Nebhard, and Tara Carr ruled that the emergency regulations governing the SOEs were unconstitutional as they infringed upon fundamental rights such as the freedom of movement and liberty, thereby violating the Charter of Fundamental Rights and Freedoms of the Constitution. The judiciary rulings hold the government accountable for violating citizens' constitutional rights, states of emergencies, setting a precedent of seeking justice and compensation. In conclusion, depriving people of their rights during states of emergencies may not guarantee a long-term solution and might divert attention and resources away from addressing the root causes of crime, which are essential for sustainable crime reduction. Instead, targeting criminals specifically without depriving the people of rights of the innocent population is necessary to find effective solutions. We also emphasize that the deprivation of rights under states of emergencies leave a lasting negative impact on vulnerable and marginalized communities, which is serious concern that should not be taken lightly. Such measures can erode trust, perpetuate tensions, and unjustly target specific groups, leaving underlying systemic issues unaddressed. To effectively combat and promote social justice, we suggest that a balanced approach that upholds human rights while addressing crime through transparent and accountable measures is crucial to maintain a just and democratic society. Thank you.
Thank you very much for opening the case on behalf of your team. We now invite to open the case on behalf of her team, representing the opposition side. Let's make welcome the first speaker. Hear, hear.
The proposition demands that we callously sacrifice 3 million lives in order for a few not to be detained reasonably for less than 7 days. Esteemed adjudicators, astute opponents, fellow teammates and audience, good afternoon. This House stands resolute in opposing the mood that the deprivation of rights under states of emergencies for combating persistently high levels of crime is unjustified. But let us define some key terms. A state of emergency is defined as a situation of national danger or disaster in which a government suspends normal constitutional procedures in order to regain control for the safety and protection of its citizens. Unjustified means that there is no good reason for doing an action. A right is an entitlement. Of note is that the only fundamental right that is breached during an SOE is the right to movement and liberty. The proposition, therefore, inaccurately believes that there is no good reason for Jamaica to deny, prioritize our fundamental right to life. The misinformation that the proposition poses is that the right to movement is of more importance than the right to be alive. Adjudicators, denied. Allow me to direct your attention to the absolute barbaric state our sweet Jamaica is operating. Jamaica's murder rate is 3 times the regional average and 8 times the global average. Jamaica has been deemed one of the bloodiest Caribbean countries, with the United Nations declaring Jamaica to be suffering from an endemic, recording 52.9 homicides per 100,000 population. We have normalized crime and desensitized the public to savagery to such a point where my contenders feel comfortable arguing that our lives as human beings are meaningless when confronted by the issue of crime, and that we should simply sit back and do nothing. Even after affirmative results, where Jamaica recorded a 64% decline in murders, according to the Gleaner. Surveys have been conducted where members of the corporate world, along with chambers of commerce and businesses, have expressed their support of the SOE. In fact, nationwide news shows where 67% of civilians encourage the use of states of emergencies and feel safer in their communities, which combats the point that their first speaker had made. Adjudicators, my opponents are obviously misinformed in their pseudo-gospel of humanitarianism. Allow me to show you why. The following are the rights breached during states of emergencies, along with the justification of each. 1. Powers of search of a person or building without a warrant. Imagine the situation. The police are of reasonable grounds in believing that a criminal has hidden guns in his house with illicit intent denied to murder a civilian. In order for the police to check for said contraband, he must be in possession of a judge-signed warrant. A warrant proposition can take up to days to be signed and released. During that extended time span for which the police would have waited, the criminal could have easily denied, gotten word to remove the weapon, and carry out on this act of homicide. Now, is it really unjustifiable for the police adjudicators in this actual state of emergency to have the power to search a building without a warrant on this urgent matter? This is justifiable to save lives. 2. Powers of arrest and detention for up to 7 days without a warrant. Allow us to take a trip down memory lane to the infamous war in Western Kingston. This initiated a range of increased crime and violence. However, the implementation of the SOE allowed the government to arrest and detain this subject for the sake of the innocent people in Kingston. If not for the temporary deprivation of the right to a warrant for arrest, Jamaica would probably have been in more recoil in handling the devastation. 3. Power to curtail operating hours of business. This is quite self-explanatory. In order to prevent more persons from being susceptible as victims of crime, the police is given power to reduce these numbers by curtailing operating hours and the government implementing curfews. Adjudicators, this is all. The collective well-being and security of the citizens should outweigh individual rights temporarily during states of emergencies. While the risk of human rights abuses is a valid concern, it is essential to note that human rights violations can occur even without states of emergencies. The solution lies in strengthening accountability mechanisms by providing clear guidelines and training to law enforcement. Take, for example, the St. James reimbursement example that your first speaker even used. This shows how they were held accountable when they abused their power, which negates your entire point on a whole. And yes, Mr. Speaker, the opposition is in fact aware of the implication of rule of law and separation of powers. The proposition through inferior points will imply that the state of emergency breaches the very independence of the judiciary, but that is simply not true. The judiciary plays a pivotal role in overseeing the government's actions and determining the legality of the emergency measures. Additionally, legislative bodies are involved in reviewing the SOE's continuation. This showcases that my opponent's argument is insufficient, since there are systems in place to protect against abuse of power with checks and balances to ensure accountability. Proposition also posited that deprivation of rights is not enough due to root causes in the long run to bring Jamaica to peace and order. No, but to this we post a counter argument. States of emergencies are not intended to be standalone solutions, but rather a part of a broader strategy, combining emergency measures with long-term initiatives to tackle poverty, unemployment, and other social disparities will yield more comprehensive results. Alternative police and military efforts have tried and failed to produce results as effective as a state of emergency. We do not come here to claim the state of emergency as an ultimate cure-all for all of Jamaica's crime problem. In fact, we can acknowledge that the state of emergency can lose its effectiveness over time. However, Mr. Speaker, we also affirm that the state of emergency is the most effective policy compared to the rest, as my second speaker will elaborate. Accredited courses, expositions, science and technology, as well as in-depth investigations in crime hotspots are all alternatives that were utilized by the JCF, as was mentioned by a recent media press release. All alternatives posed by the proposition have already been implemented, to which they have engendered no improvement in crime rate. Realistically, none of these have worked on their own, and as such, we must have found the best solution to pair this with state of emergencies. By creating a safe environment through emergency interventions, the government can focus on implementing sustainable social programs that break the cycle of crime in the future. In closing, the opposition maintains our stance that the deprivation of rights under states of emergencies is justified. It allows for a system that decreases crime rate, mitigates and deters murder, ensures law and order, as well as upholds accountability. I thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are very much intrigued by the arguments being put forward so far. We thank especially at this time the first speaker from the opposition team representing Montego Bay High School for Girls. At this time, we welcome the second speaker from the opposition team representing the proposition team rather, representing the Queen's School. Let's make that speaker welcome.
The wonderful opposition decided to pick and choose which rights are deprived under the state of emergency. They failed to mention that the protection from arbitrary arrest is also a right deprived under the state of emergency. They simply mentioned freedom of movement when there are several other rights that are deprived under the state of emergency. In addition, she also made mention that abuse of power can happen without the state of emergency. But it's far more likely to happen under the state of emergency. And even though there are things in place, you fail to mention how effective they are. What is the point of hardworking Jamaicans having basic rights if they can be simply taken away? That is the ludicrous claim being put forth by the opposition. Good morning, adjudicators, spectators, and fellow debaters. As the proposition team, we firmly believe that the deprivation of rights under the state of emergency for combating persistently high levels of crime is unjustified. Our first speaker noted the disempowerment of our people under the state of emergency, and it does not effectively address persistently high levels of crime denied. She further stated that the negation of rights under the state of emergency to combat crime in its simplest form is a collective punishment, which in turn has negative impact on vulnerable and marginalized communities, creating a cycle of increased tension. As mentioned by my first speaker, deprivation by its very meaning means to deny someone some considered to be a necessity. Emphasis on necessity denied. Firstly, it's unjust to grant authorities sweeping powers during state of emergency, as it may lead to abuse of power. There is a risk that these powers may be used beyond the scope of addressing crime and may infringe on other civil liberties. For example, the state of emergency deprives people from their protection from arbitrary arrest. An arbitrary arrest is defined as an arrest or detention of a person without any reason or evidence. Under the state of emergency, according to a JIS article entitled "Understanding the State of Emergency," security forces have the power to arrest and detention without warranty. Now, adjudicators, opposition, and audience, in what world does that sound fair and justified to you? Also,
Under normal circumstances, a report would be made to the police by a third party. An investigation is then carried out and the police forces make the necessary decisions. Also, law enforcement can make an arrest if they witness someone committing a crime, according to JIS. Based on the aforementioned circumstances, there is some type of credible evidence and credible information to arrest these individuals and not just mere speculation. Imagine being unjustly put into handcuffs, humiliated, and thrown into prison with no evidence that you have committed a crime only because the police officer had the authority to do so. Now, adjudicators, audience, and opposition, in what world does that sound fair and justified to you? Denied. Furthermore, my fellow teammates and I conducted an interview with a Jamaican Constabulary Force officer, Chad Graham, on July 25, 2023, where he stated under normal circumstances, a person who is detained for reasonable suspicion cannot be held for more than 48 hours. However, under the dictatorship, also known as state of emergency, there were several cases of people being held for a month with no evidence or charges against them. It is unjust that Gavin Noble was held for 422 days. What about Courtney Thomas, who was held for 392 days? Not to mention Everton Douglas, who was held for 204 days. These men were all detained and held without a single charge against them. I am begging the opposition to find a suitable justification for this. Accepted. No, you did not. You said there were only 3 major rights.
And that was one of the 3.
Subsequently, depriving people of their rights as a means to combat crime under the state of emergency can never be seen as just, as there are other solutions to this problem. In times of crisis, what is needed is an effective solution to tackle crime, not a short-term band-aid to put over a bullet wound. According to a CNN article published on December 2, 2022, entitled "State of Emergency Are Not a Long-Term Solution to Crime," it states that upon closer analysis, the state of emergency is ineffective in curbing long-term crime. Therefore, we propose a prevention rather than a cure act to combat the persistently high levels of crime. According to JIS, over 80% of homicides were carried out using illegal firearms, none of which are manufactured in Jamaica. The article went on to further explain that there are several ports of entry that Jamaica needs to monitor to reduce or completely rid the country of guns. The Jamaican Constabulary Force noted that there were more than 140 uncontrolled ports. While there is already an existence of what the government calls Operation Get Every Illegal Gun campaign, it mainly focuses on guns that are already in the community and through legal ports. Our team proposes that we not only get the guns in the community and legal ports, but and monitor the illegal ports as well. Our team proposes that therefore we are offering our operation called Maintain Order and Better Police, or Borders. This campaign would work in conjunction with other illegal gun campaigns to further combat the importance of illegal firearms from illegal points of entry without denying our fellow Jamaican citizens of their rights. In addition, instead of punitive measures, we task the government to invest in prevention approach, community development, and rehabilitation programs that can lead to a more positive and lasting outcomes in crime reduction. These measures will not only help in fighting crime today and tomorrow, but for generations to come. Now, adjudicators, audience, and opposition, isn't that something that sounds fair and justified to you? In conclusion, the freedom and rights protected by our Constitution are not merely privileges that can be revoked at any time. These are basic rights which our citizens are entitled to. It is clearly unjust to deny our people of rights under the state of emergency. It undercuts the foundation of democracy and opens the door to power abuse. Furthermore, in the face of obstacles, we must be unwavering in our determination to defend and promote human rights. That is why, as the proposition, we firmly believe that the deprivation of rights under the state of emergency for combating persistently high levels of crime is unjustified.
We thank the second proposition speaker for her speech. We now call upon the second opposition speaker to do likewise. Hear, hear.
In the interest of timekeeping, I will begin in 3, 2, 1. As the government, how would you feel allowing your citizens to roam freely in the streets when the crime rate is high? As the government, is that the best move? Is it really beneficial for the country? Judges, members of the audience, and my fellow opponents, a pleasant afternoon to you all. My teammates and I are against the stance. This House believes that the deprivation of rights under the states of emergencies for combating persistently high levels of crime is unjustified. The proposition has stated that the deprivation of rights is unconstitutional, but the Charter of Fundamental Rights gives specific provisions for the temporary deprivation of citizen rights under reasonable constitution. But my opponents, are you really trying to misinform our learned adjudicators that the deprivation of rights is unconstitutional when it is? Your point has no standing. Therefore, since the Constitution reinforces the need for such action to take place during justifiable emergencies, the proposition may bring across the point of a failed economy. But I must pose the question, can we have a successful economy with a high crime rate? Can we? According to the Jamaican Gleaner, several small businesses operators in corporate areas have had closed their doors because of gun violence. Many of them are too scared to reopen. Therefore, I pose another question. My opponents, does this sound like people who are enthusiastic to run a business? We must address the root of the issue, which is crime. Judges, not accepted. Members of the audience and the proposition, let me clarify what the moot is saying. It is not implying that human rights will be lost, but moreover that for the sake of crime levels, the implementation of certain laws for the safety of citizens will eventually lead to the deprivation of certain rights. It is important for us to realize that when states of emergency is implemented, it is usually due to persistently high levels of crime in which citizens in the country are at a high risk of being the next victim. The crime rate in Jamaica has been fluctuating over the years. In 2019, the crime rate was 45.4 per 1,000 population. The proposition may argue that the SOE has led to human rights abuses such as extrajudicial killings and arbitrary detention. But let us take a second to examine the benefits of SOE in our country. According to an article on Jamaica Information Service, the states of public emergency continue to make an impact in lowering crime and violence in the country. Overall, there was a 72% not accepted reduction in Category 1 crimes, which include murder, shooting, rape, aggravated assault, robbery, break-ins, and larceny. Some examples of state of emergency in other countries include the seamen strike of 1922 in Hong Kong, which led to the enactment of the Emergency Regulations Ordinance. The Hong Kong 1956 riots, which involved British armed forces and Hong Kong police. The Tunisian Revolution of 2011, which followed unrest from economic issues, and Hurricane Irene of 2011, which affected several states in the USA. States of emergency is not intended to be permanent. It is often time-limited and subjected to rigorous oversight and accountability mechanisms. A state of emergency expires in 14 days. 14 days, unless Parliament agrees to extend it. As such, government must demonstrate that the suspension of rights is necessary and proportional to the threat being posed. This ensures that the deprivation of rights is not abused and is limited to the duration of the crisis. Abuse of power is even worse likely to occur without the SOE. The opposition may bring up the potential abuse of power that may occur during the implementation of the SOE. They may also mention the number of persons being detained for long periods of time when very few gets charged. However, let us not turn a blind eye to the methods that have been used to take disciplinary actions against members of the security force who commit such an act.
Point of information.
Not accepted. Police officers who break the law can be disciplined through both criminal and civil states. These laws cover the actions of state, country, and local officers, including those who work in prisons and jails. In addition, several laws also apply to federal law enforcement officers. It is also important that we acknowledge that the state of emergency measures aid in safeguarding long-term rights. How so? Well, by taking the decisive action to combat crime through states of emergency, governments can safeguard the long-term rights of citizens. The same rights, such as freedom of speech and others, that the proposition is trying to imply are taken away due to the implementation of the states of emergency will also be safeguarded. Safeguarding long-term rights is important to ensure that individuals are protected from abuse, harm, and neglect. Whilst the proposition will argue that states of emergency will lose effectiveness due to recurrent uses of it, it is the best alternative. As I recall, the first speaker mentioned that the second speaker would have mentioned about a program that could have been implemented, but I heard nothing. The proposition is yet to introduce a more effective system that can be implemented into the Jamaican economy. Where are the statistical evidences? Has there been more proven success for this so-called practice than the state of emergency? My opponents have failed to carry out the simple task that was given to them. Traditional law enforcement practices such as random routine patrol, rapid response to calls by citizens to 911, and retroactive investigation of past crimes by detective provide even worse results. On the other hand, state of emergency will save lives. Fire their most still, him think a cool breeze. This saying is used to describe someone or a system that is clueless. And what my opponents are trying to prove is utter blasphemy. Judges, members of the audience, I now rest my case.
Thank you very much for that fine speech. Second opposition speaker, my apologies. At this time we go again to the proposition team to hear from their third speaker. Here.
The opposition stated that an SOE normally lasts 14 days. Well, this is false because in St. James, an SOE did last for more than 14 days. To be exact, it lasted 1 year and 13 days. To the honorable judges, audience, and the opposition team, a pleasant afternoon. My name is Shania Allen, and I am the third speaker for the proposition team, and we stand firmly rooted for the motion. This House believes that the deprivation of rights under state of emergencies for combating persistently high levels of crime is unjustified. Before I state my team's next substantive, allow me to recap our previous points. Our first speaker made mention of how the motion ineffectively addressed the root causes of crime and how it creates an environment susceptible to crime collective punishment, while further marginalizing vulnerable communities. Afterwards, our second speaker followed up with the premise that officials may abuse their authority under a state of emergency and state alternatives of how we may combat high levels of crime without the loss of rights. To begin, utilizing a system where individual rights are deprived to combat high levels of crime is unjust as it undermines the rule of law. According to the Cambridge Dictionary, the rule of law is a political ideal where all citizens and institutions within a country, state, or community are accountable to the same laws, including lawmakers and leaders. In simple terms, it is the principle that no one is above the law and requires legality and accountability to be upheld as means of safeguarding the fundamental rights that have been extended to the Jamaican people. With this being said, the safety procedure known as state of emergency contradicts the rule of law. According to the Charter of Fundamental Rights and Freedom, also known as the Constitution Amendment Act, which was in place in the year 2011, the citizens of Jamaica have the right to the following rights. The right to freedom of movement, the right to protection from search of the person and property, and respect for protection of private and family life and privacy of the home, the right to protection from torture or inhumane or degrading punishment or other treatment, the right to freedom of the person, the right to due process, and lastly, the protection of property rights. With understanding the rule of law, how can the opposition stand here today and tell us it is justified under any circumstance to have these rights ignored? The opposition have argued that only a few rights are suspended during a state of emergency. They have suggested that these suspensions are necessary. According to an article published on the 20th of January, 2019 in the Jamaica Observer, entitled State of Emergencies, ZOZOs, and Fundamental Rights of Individuals, written by Dr. Lloyd Barnett, states, during the state of public emergency, the three fundamental rights that may be suspended or qualified are freedom of movement, freedom of the person, and due process. That is the right to arrest to be That is the right of arrest to be charged and brought before a court. As my second speaker would have mentioned, several of our citizens would have been denied these basic rights for several months without even being charged. In the opposition's world, this is justice. Well, we would like to say that this approach is one step forward for justice, but several steps backwards in our efforts in the Charter of Fundamental Rights and Freedom. Furthermore,
Point of information.
Denied. Furthermore, how is it that Jamaica is considered a state party for 7 of the 9 international human rights movements, according to our Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, Senator the Honorable Kamina Johnson-Smith, mentioned at the 70th anniversary of Universal Declaration of Human Rights, held at the Enda Manley College of the Visual and Performing Arts on Monday, December 10, 2018. Yet the rights of our people are being disregarded under a state of emergency. Now, the opposition may paint a picture that states of emergency typically come with checks and balances to prevent abuse of power. Yet they abuse that power by not adhering to the law of the Constitution, by suspending rights that should not be suspended in the first place, which is an outright injustice to the people. In conclusion, we believe that the deprivation of rights during the state of emergencies is unjustified, as it undermines the principle of acknowledging that the Constitution has placed certain laws that should not be restricted by a state of emergency, as it is going against the reason we fought to obtain our rights in the first place. As I stated before, it's like we were taking one step forward for justice, but several steps backwards in our efforts in the Charter of Fundamental Rights and Freedom. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Third speaker representing the proposition, the Queen's School. And now we make way for the third speaker on the opposition side. Also, well, this one from the Montego Bay High School for Girls. Let's make that speaker welcome.
In the interest of timekeeping, I will begin after 3. 1, 2, 3. The proposition continues to speak lies. SOE did not last for 1 year. That was special operations, different from SOE. Okay. If a system is not broken, don't fix it. One size doesn't fit all. Communities are not marginalized in SOE to the extent to which crime marginalizes These communities in St. James, we have Flanker, Canterbury, Norwood, which have recorded improvement. Ladies and gentlemen, honorable adjudicators, esteemed members of the proposition, we also have viewers and other well-wishers. A pleasant afternoon to you all. So I would like to say something because the third speaker of the proposition stated that state of emergencies does not last for 14 days. However, they do last for 14 days unless the members of the parliament or the parliament agrees to extend it. Depriving people of their rights under states of emergency is a necessary measure to combat persistently high levels of crime. While it is true that everyone deserves to have their rights protected, it is also important to consider the greater good. When crime rates are high, it can be strenuous to maintain law and order without taking strong measures. In these situations, Mr. Speaker, the government must be able to act quickly and decisively to protect its citizens. This may mean temporarily suspending certain rights in order to restore order and ensure public safety. Do you, as a citizen, expect to see vivid changes in the society without certain rights being depleted at some point in time? While this may seem like an extreme measure, it is important to remember that it is only temporarily and not accepted and is intended to be lifted as soon as possible. Furthermore, it is important to consider the alternative. If the government were unable to take these measures, crime rates would continue to rise, putting even more people at risk. In the end, it's a question of balancing individual rights with the greater good. While it is not ideal to deprive people of their rights, sometimes it is necessary in order to ensure the safety and security of everyone involved. Judges, the proposition will throw around the notion fair and democracy, haphazard and inaccurate context to advance your misinformed claim. Democracy is, however, a form of government in which the people have the authority to deliberate and decide legislation or to choose governing officials to do so. Jamaica has selected her governing officials to deliberate these decisions. Jamaicans, too, have been a part of this procedure. A study from the JIF's news showed that 64% of Jamaicans believe that states of emergencies are necessary in our country. Democracy is, however, maintained during these states of emergency. Come at us with facts and not baseless claims to support your attention-seeking fallacies. Moreover, abuse of power is more likely to occur in your system of failed proposals. The survey shows that Jamaicans do prefer SOEs.
Point of information?
Not accepted. The state of emergency is used in areas that other methods have failed. Canterbury, for example, and if they did not implement SOE, the gunmen would run wild. And these are instances where also wanted persons, wanted men and women, are caught right at checkpoints. Conclusively, while it is critical to uphold each person's rights, there are instances in which drastic actions are required to battle chronically high levels of crime. To safeguard its citizens under these circumstances, the government must be able to move swiftly and forcefully. While it may not be ideal, it is occasionally necessary to temporarily deplete some rights in order to maintain public safety and restore nationwide order. Therefore, Team Opposition will remain affirmative in our stance that the deprivation of rights under the states of emergencies for combating persistently high levels of crime is in fact justified.
Thank you very much for that fine speech. Ladies and gentlemen, we're at that point where we take a 1-minute pause to allow for the refinement of the reply speeches. At the end of the 1 minute, we will resume with the reply speech from the proposition team, Montego Bay High School, followed by that from the opposition team, the Queen's School. Your 1 minute begins now. All right, so ladies, your 1 minute pause has just ended. And so at this time, I call on the reply speaker from the opposition team representing Montego Bay High School to present her speech. Hear, hear.
How good are your rights when you are not alive? Ladies and gentlemen, it appears that the proposition is on a different page of a completely different book. They have sold to us a fantasy. We're simply hoping for a change while complaining and ignoring the blatant need for hard choices will suffice the nation's unrest. They have diverted from the motion, opting for an emotional approach as opposed to one that meets the reality of Jamaica. The motion argues whether the deprivation of rights is justifiable, and where the opposition has sufficiently tackled the clashes and showcased the justifications of each, the proposition has entered a loud and mindless rant on why they personally do not like the entire state of emergency, barely tackling the clash which is most important, the deprivation of rights. All they have shown us adjudicators is their individual bias in a debate which requires an objective modus operandi. They repeat the ineffectiveness of the state of emergency, but in no way have we purported the SOE to be a panacea. We have acknowledged that there are some issues, like all crime mitigation policies, but the good far outweighs the bad, as the effectiveness of the SOE, when paired with the temporary deprivation of rights, has produced statistical evidence of improvements and more efficiency in crime management, especially as compared to other crime-fighting tools. What is your alternative proposition? The alternatives that they have proposed already were enforced. Each and every one of them has failed. We have gained the most results with state of emergencies. All you have done is scream redundant points that make no sense. You have yet to show us how states of emergencies are inefficient, even helping me to find examples of how we hold those in power accountable. Proposition has stated even that the Charter of Fundamental Rights is legally binding and that it is safeguarded by the highest law of the land, the Constitution. And as such, they suggest that states of emergencies are unconstitutional. However, this very document has granted Parliament the ability to temporarily deprive the rights of citizens under what is called reasonable suspicion for the greater good of ensuring the peace, order, and good governance of the country enshrined in Chapter 5 of same. Therefore, legally speaking, adjudicators, how can an act specifically stipulated by the Constitution itself be unconstitutional? The very argument my opposers postulate contradicts their own claim. You persist also in arguing about abuse of power and challenging the breach of separation of powers. However, statutory bodies that deal with administrative ultra-vires behavior, such as INDICOM, Police Service Commission, and Joint Select Committees, hold the police accountable. Your point is therefore irrelevant to this discussion, since checks and balances continue to exist where the judiciary remains independent. For these reasons, the proposition has failed to defend their argument. The opposition affirms our stance that the deprivation of rights is indeed justifiable. The opposition
Thank you.
rests.
Thank you very much for that speech, concluding the case on behalf of Montego Bay High School, representing Team Opposition. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome the team from Proposition, the young ladies from the Queen's School. And of course, this will be the speech that brings the curtains down on this exciting debate.
Wonderfully said by my opponent. How good are your rights if they are dead? So in that case, we should still be slaves. We should still be working for massa. We should still get whipping, because under what you are saying is, as long as you're alive, as long as you're not dead, as long as you're alive, these rights don't matter. These slaves were alive, but their rights did not matter. The opposition also decided to ring out the word temporary, temporary, temporary. Adjudicators, imagine me depriving you of your food, something you consider to be a necessity, and then I go on to say, oh, don't worry, it's just for 14 days. We are starving our people of their rights. The opposition decided to turn a blind eye to the innocent people that are being abused under the state of emergency. According to the Gleaner, over 2,500 people were arrested in St. James under the state of emergency, with only a meager 5% actually being charged with a crime. So in their world, we should just go around and arrest anybody and hope that some of them are criminals. That is not how it works. We need a system that specifically targets the criminals, not one that just go around grabbing up people, hoping that one of them are criminals. That is not how it works. The opposition also left off a key word in the motion: persistent high levels of crime. The state of emergency is a short-term solution. It doesn't deal with the prolonged effects of crime. It's only effective while it's there, but when it's gone, crime rises. That shows that the people don't care. It's only working when it's there. The persistently high levels of crime is a toxic tree that grows in Jamaica. The state of emergency is attacking the crime problem at its branch and not at its root. When you attack something by its branch, it's bound to grow back. Crime is bound to come back. But when you attack it at its roots, like what we have suggested, we paralyze the crime issue in Jamaica. And that is what we need to be doing, not just go around depriving our people. There are other ways to deal with crime that does not deprive our people of their rights. The proposition rests.
Thank you very much for that excellent speech, and thank you to all debaters who contested this motion so valiantly. Ladies and gentlemen, we, the judges, will now take a break to deliberate, and when we return, we'll return with the verdict. welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to this final debate of the day. It's been an exciting day. Lots of rich contestation of ideas, all related to this quest we're on as a country to establish a new constitution. In this match, we saw a contestation of ideas surrounding the question of whether or not states of emergencies are justified as a means of fighting crime, particularly in areas of persistent high crime. And of course, defending that motion, we had the team from the Queen's School, and opposed to that motion was Montego Bay High School for Girls. I want us to begin by giving both teams a thunderous round of applause because they are in fact deserving. Now, ladies and gentlemen, central to this debate is a question of one, sustainability, and two, whether or not we are effecting an intrusion, an abrogation on people's rights that is justified, and that's explicit in the motion. Let's start with the question of sustainability. So both sides are seeming to agree that when looked at from a long-term vantage point, states of emergencies are not proving to be sustainable in the long run. So the best gain we get from the use of states of emergencies is to sort of cauterize the bloodletting and free people up in the short term to live their lives in lawful ways, free from the shackles and the oppressiveness of high crime. Of course, Queens believes that this is not a good enough outcome and not good enough to justify the encroachment of rights. Rights, for example, like the right to freedom of movement and freedom of enterprise and other things that people outside of states of emergencies, particularly in spaces in Jamaica that are not bedeviled by high crime rates, these people face, spaces that enjoy these liberties. They say to us that the government has no right sort of cauterizing these rights, not in a state of emergencies, certainly not within the context where the ends for which the government is imposing these curtailment of rights are not being achieved. And that is the essence of the argumentation from the Queen's School. Montego Bay High School tries to contextualize these deprivation of rights within the context of other rights that are presently being lost, that they say necessitates the imposition of states of emergencies. And of course, they say that most fundamental right, the right to life, is threatened. Therefore, in their world, it is justifiable to preserve the right to life even at the expense of the short-term deprivation of certain rights. Now, the Queen's tells us an interesting idea, that were we to permit the continued use of states of emergencies, it is going to lead to the arbitrary deprivation of certain rights going down the road. It's sort of sounding to us like a slippery slope argument, to which Montego Bay High School presents a rigorous response. That response being that there are mechanisms within the society that hold sort of security forces and the police accountable and restrict them from abusing rights continuously, and certainly hold them accountable even outside of realities that are not state of emergency, that don't require states of emergencies. We felt that that line of argumentation from Montego Bay High School did sufficient to negate the analysis coming from Queen's School, the Queen's School, that rights are invariably going to become something that are of little worth, and before you know it, rights, there is no way to secure rights within the society. So we just want to applaud, actually, Montego Bay High School for presenting that kind of response. Another thing that we get from Montego Bay High School that we liked is the idea about sort of situating the deprivation of right, not just within the context of, well, it being an attempt at preserving rights, more important rights, they contend, but sort of assessing the kinds of rights that are being lost, and juxtaposing that against the urgent need to impose measures to really save rights in the long term, or more important rights. And we think that Montego Bay High does that very well. What we think Montego Bay High School needed to do a little bit more work on is proving some amount of long-term solvency. So yes, we buy the analysis from Montego Bay High School that these rights are in the short term, not just being, the right to life, for example, the most fundamental right, is being preserved in the short term. We're seeing the statistics proving that incidences of crime are being significantly reduced once states of emergencies are imposed. The question, though, is when we look at that within the context of the policy coming forth from the Queen's School, which is to say, well, we really need to invest more in the guns for trade, the trade for guns, security mechanisms that preserve and protect our borders, those kinds of alternatives. We wanted to see how it is that those mechanisms stack up against the utility of states of emergencies. We didn't get much sort of comparative engagement between the two mechanisms, be it state of emergencies being defended by Montego Bay High School or the alternative mechanisms being brought forward by the Queen's School. So Queens, what we wanted to hear more of are ways in which, one, the continued utilization of states of emergencies creates such an enormous resource drain on the state such that the state can't deploy these other alternative mechanisms. We didn't get that. And so without that, we're left to believe that the alternatives that you put forward are definitely not mutually exclusive in the world of the opposition. So in the world of the opposition, we presume that states of emergencies exist, but the government can also do these other things. And certainly we don't get the idea of resource constraints or resource limitations exacerbated by states of emergencies. So I think that's the kind of sort of comparative analysis and sort of trade-off analysis that we wanted to get and hear more of coming out of the proposition team. Ladies and gentlemen, I will say this, that this was not an easy debate to adjudicate. The panel of us three, we felt once we went out that we were not clear as to which team won the debate. So we looked at it from multiple clashes, but in the end, we arrived at a unanimous decision. Before I announce the decision, I'll tell you the points. One team ended on 241 points versus the other team's 250 points. So it does goes to show, ladies and gentlemen, that this was in fact a high-scoring match. The team with 250 points, and therefore the winners of this debate, the team from the opposition side, Montego Bay High School. And so I feel compelled, ladies, to really commend in a serious way the proposition team. I have seen them battle multiple rounds, and they're really, really strong debaters. I really wish to encourage you to continue in the sport of debating because it will do you well. Give them a round of applause, please. The final point I'll make before I announce the best debater is this important point. There's a word in the motion that we felt was not engaged with thoroughly enough. The idea of persistent high crime or persistent. So much of the debate sounded as though we're applying states of emergencies in instances where there is a significant increase in crime, but before that there was very little to no crime, or crime was not an issue. The motion was set to engage in a world where crime is generally high, persistently high as the word says, but then there may be a little uptake here or there, and it's at those instances that we impose states of emergencies. So that nuanced understanding we didn't get based on the engagement among both teams. Now, the commendable debater in this match comes to us from there are two commendable debaters actually. The first speaker from the proposition team Congratulations, commendable debater. And tied on the same points, same, speaker points, the second speaker from the opposition team. And ladies and gentlemen, the best debater in this enthralling contest, the first speaker from the winning team, Montego High School. To our viewers on social media, we're grateful that you've chosen to tune in and to watch this debate. We hope that it has sparked some ideas, some interest in this issue and other issues relating to the formulation of Jamaica's new constitution. Let your voice be heard. After all, a free republic.